Wala kaming breakout room.
also CBSUA for choosing me as one of the presenters of my research here in this event. So I will proceed now. My topic is entitled Morphological Analysis of Pili, Canary Pubatong Fruits in Top Producing Municipalities of Sorsogon, Philippines. This paper is authored by yours truly. My name is Joel John Salonga Carino. I am a researcher in Sorsogon State College Office of Research, Development, and Extension Services. And this paper is co-authored by my direct supervisor, Dr. Ryan Villarias Jo. Now, for the flow of our discussion this day, I will first begin with the introduction, then the methodology, then the results and discussion. After that, the conclusion, and last but not least, the recommendations. Now, for the introduction, let us have a brief overview to what pili is all about. Now, pili is scientifically known as Canarium ovatum. They are fruit-bearing and they belong to the Burseraceae family. They are dioecious, which means that the male and the female trees are separated, and they can grow up to 50 meters tall. They can thrive in a wide spectrum of soil characteristics. They are effective flood mitigators due to their buttressed stems, which helps in anchorage, and they are also effective windbreakers because of their size. The pili fruits are the most economically important part of the tree, and this boasts a variety of post-production processing units and nutritional characteristics. And the center of diversity of pili is said to be the Calavidical region, specifically in Sorsogon Province. Now, for analysis, we conducted correlation analysis among the municipalities in Sorsogon Province. We identified the parameters of dissemination, dissemination, Bulusan, Gubat, and Preto Diaz. Two farms from each municipality were sampled, and a total of 81 pili accessions were analyzed in the experiment, wherein 5 pili fruits were collected from each tree. Now, the criteria for the selection is relatively old trees, non-grafted, and we are guided by the farmers and landowners. We have also observed 10 quantitative traits from the samples. These are the whole fruit weight, whole fruit width, whole fruit length, whole nut weight, nut length, pulp weight, pulp thickness, shell weight, shell thickness, and kernel weight. Now, four analyses were conducted in the conduct of this research. First is ANOVA. At alpha is equal to 0.05. We identified statistical differences among the accessions. Aside from that, we also tested for differences among the municipalities on the basis of the performances of the accessions that were obtained from them. Aside from that, we have also conducted correlation analysis by using Pearson product moment correlation coefficient to identify the relationships among the quantitative traits. And also we have conducted PCA to identify the parameter which principally causes the delimitation or the variation from among the accessions. Now, to give a brief intro, PCA is a dimension reduction analysis tool which allows us to observe patterns among our data set on the basis of the variables that are given. Okay? Next is agglomerative hierarchical cluster analysis. Now, this is to divide the 81 pili accessions into clusters that are based that are together based on their morphological similarities. Now, for the results and discussion, this is the things that we came up with. For the test of differences among the 81 pili accessions, at alpha is equal to 0.05, we have found out that only nut length did not exhibit significant differences. And almost every parameter, according to Cotto, Petronelli, and Barbosa, exhibited very good to good coefficient of variation. However, on the kernel weight, high CV is observed because of the presence of unfilled fruits from among the samples. Now, in testing the differences of the 81 pili accessions, rather of the municipalities where the 81 pili accessions were obtained, it has found out that whole fruit weight, whole fruit width, pulp weight, nut weight, and kernel weight had significant bearing on the differences among the municipalities. And based on the data that are written here, the superior performing municipality based on the mean of the accessions that were obtained from them is Irusin, as you can see here in this graph. Now, in analyzing the correlation among the parameters, we have seen that almost every one of them exhibited significant relationships at alpha is equal to 0.05, except for pulp thickness and shell thickness and kernel weight. However, the variation exists on the strength of the correlation. Now, as we can see, whole fruit weight is highly correlated with pulp weight, shell weight, nut weight, and kernel weight, which means that the whole fruit weight is affected by the components of the fruit. There is also correlation between whole fruit length and nut weight is highly correlated with shell weight and relatively correlated with kernel weight, which means that the nut weight is more affected by the weight of the shell than the weight of the kernel. Now, for the principal component analysis, this is the graph which represents the principal component in the eigenvalue. Now, this eigenvalue represents how much variance exists in the data per principal component. And as we can see, in principal component 1, 73.55% is the variance. And in principal component 2, it is 17.60%, and so on and so forth. And if we will observe on the table, we can see that 96.22% of the variation of the data is captured in the first three principal components. With that being said, showing the graphs of PC1, PC2, and PC3 will be sufficient in understanding the principal cause of variation within the data. Now, here are the factor loading of the quantitative traits. Now, the factor loading is simply multiplying the eigenvector or the direction of the square root of the eigenvalue, and the factor loading represents the contribution of each parameter in causing the variation from among the data set. Now, if we square the parameters, the value of the parameters here per principal component, we will get the contribution of each component. One, a factor that contributes most to the variation is the whole fruit weight, pulp weight, shell weight, and nut weight. While for the PC2, it's whole fruit length, nut length, and PC3 is shell thickness and pulp thickness. Now, here are the graph that we have come up with using the principal component analysis. We employ this analysis not on the samples themselves, rather on the farms wherein the samples were obtained. And as we can see in the PC1 versus PC2 graph, the variation is highly observed in IR1 and relatively observed in IR2 positively. And you can see that there is a clump of data here in the upper left corner, which represents similarity from among these locations. On PC2 versus PC3 graph, the whole fruit length and nut length is highly observed. The variation is highly observed in GU2 and in BU1. And the clumping of the data can be observed in the middle. While for the PC1 versus PC3 graph, although shell thickness and pulp thickness is highly observed in PD2 and in BU2, which is Pretodias and Bulan, still the strength of the variation can still be found in PC1 because it represents 73.55% of the variation. Therefore, IR1 and IR2 are still the most varying from among the locations where the accessions were obtained. And they are positively varying compared to the rest. Okay? Now, with all those analyses, we conducted agglomerative hierarchical cluster analysis in order to put together the accessions into clusters of similar morphological characteristics. So a total of 28 clusters were formed from among the 81 accessions, and each cluster contains accessions that are morphologically similar with one another. So the absence of one accession, say for example, you will use it for planting, you can use other accessions within that same cluster because they are morphologically similar. And this is the distribution of the accessions in each cluster. Now, what are the main observations in the experiment? We have found out that no accession exhibited consistent superior performances in all parameters. Some lines were good performers in one, but relatively inferior in others. And understanding the best performing accessions on a particular category will give us insight into the best post-harvest processing potential of that accession. Now, this is the graph, the table representing the superiority level in each parameter. And from the analysis of variance previously, we have seen that Irusin has the best lines on the average compared to the other municipalities and the lines they represent. Now, what is the overall outcome? We have found out that line RI14 and BU14, which is Irusin and Bulan, are identified the most superior lines from among the accessions because they were top performance consistently in every parameter. And based on the results, IR14 exhibited most superior performance in terms of pulp characters, and it is relatively competent in kernel weight. BU14 exhibited the same superiority. However, it is only second to IR14. Nevertheless, both of them are superior performing in their own respects. Now, what are the recommendations? Is there more to this research? And the answer is yes. First, our recommendation is that superior performing samples must be compared to the standard of the BPI NSIC for possible candidacy for varietal registration. The dominant accessions can be accessed as sources of pili planting materials to ensure good performance among the offsprings. And last but not the least, genetic researches must also be conducted on the sorsogon accessions to identify and uncover internal novel positive characteristics, if there are any. Thank you very much for letting me present. I apologize for going beyond the 10-minute mark. However, if you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me through this email, vscarino@sorsogonstatecollege.edu.ph. Thank you very much again for this opportunity. I hope that you have learned something from my presentation, and I am excited to hear the other presentations of other approved presenters for this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation, for your research presentation. So, by the way, this is broadcasted via FB Live. So, while there are only 11 of us inside the Zoom room, there are many other viewers through Facebook. Okay, so let's proceed to the next presenter. We have Mr. John Ray Soberano from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, and he will be presenting the research on characteristic and sensory acceptability of lubas
Good morning,
as
everyone. My name is John Ray S.R. Soberano from the Bicol College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Naga City, Bicol, Philippines. I will be presenting my study entitled Characteristic and Sensory Acceptability of Lobas Escondidas Pinata, a stable wine. The general objective of the study is to produce wine from Lubas fruit. The study aimed to identify the processes involved in winemaking, determine the quality of Lubas fruit wine in terms of its pH and alcohol content, and evaluate the acceptability of Lubas fruit wine in terms of taste, aroma, appearance, and marketability. The descriptive method, experimental, and research and development method were used to show how Lubas fruit developed into wine. The study was supplemented by a survey questionnaire to determine its acceptability. The survey instrument was answered by 25 respondents. In process involved in Lubas winemaking, it involved extracting the juice and Lubas wine preparation. In extracting the juice, matured Lubas fruits were gathered. Then cleaning of the fruits was done. After that, the fruits followed using a paring knife. Then the peeled fruits were cut into smaller pieces to remove the seed and to be easily crushed by the blender. The fruits were crushed in a blender and squeezed using cheesecloth to get the juice extra. In Lubas wine preparation, Ingredients were weighed and measured following the recipe. Then the 500 grams of cut lubas fruit were crushed in a blender. 2 cups of lubas must were extracted by squeezing using cheesecloth. And it followed by the dilution of water. The 2 cups of distilled water was boiled in 5 minutes. Then 3/4 cup of sugar is added, stirred, and dissolved. Then the 2 cups of lubas must was then added and boiled for 5 minutes. The diluted must was cooled, strained, and poured in sterilized bottle. Dilution of water adjusts the pH level and increased the volume of the must. And it followed by the inoculation. The diluted must was inoculated aseptically with yeast. Then the fermentation. The diluted must was fermented for 4 to 6 weeks. Then the last stage is racking, aging, and clarification of fruit wine. Racking is the process of decantation of clearing wine from the deposit of dead yeast cells and other insoluble matter called yeast, which gradually build up during the fermentation of must and subsequent steerage of new wine. The wine will continue to improve for several months or years. Lubas wine used the same recipe with the three treatments. It only differed with the type of sugar used. Treatment 1 used Muscovado sugar made from unrefined evaporated cane juice. The treatment 2 used coconut sugar, and treatment 3 used refined sugar or table sugar. 2 cups of lubas extract was used with 2 cups of distilled water and half teaspoon of the yeast. When it comes to qualities of Lubas wine in terms of its pH and alcohol content, the result of the analysis shows that the Lubas wine falls under the classification of table wine with 7 to 15% alcohol content by volume. With the result of the analysis performed by the Department of Science and Technology, Legazpi City, Region 5, treatment 1 and 2 had 8.63 and 8.5 alcohol content and 3.9 and 3.8 pH level respectively, while treatment 3 had 12.28 alcohol content and 3.35 pH level. Treatments 1 and 2 produce low level of alcohol due to micronutrients contained by muscovado and coconut sugar. These sugars contain higher amount of nutrients that led to the low alcohol content produced during fermentation. While treatment 3 with refined sugar had the highest alcohol content among the treatments because refined sugar is a washed sugar. It underwent washing, filtering, and chemical bleaching, which removes the nutrients. The yeast consumed the sugar and converted to alcohol. Sugar is essential in constituent of all wine because it is fermented to alcohol by yeast. Sucrose or refined sugar is the most commonly used sugar in winemaking. It is cheap, readily, readily available, and easily utilized by the yeast. In terms of significant difference between alcohol content among treatments of Lubas wine, the computed F value was 23.96, which was greater than the critical value of 4.303 at 5% level of significance, interpreted as significant. There is significant difference between the alcohol content among treatments. Furthermore, this explains that different alcohol contents of treatments using muscovado, coconut sugar, and refined sugar had significant difference statistically. When it comes to acceptability of Lubas wine, inventors determined the acceptability of Lubas wine in terms of taste, qualities such as sour, sweet, bitter, and hot. Treatment 1 was described as less sweet. Treatment 2 was described as moderately sweet, and treatment 3 was described as sweet by the evaluators. Among the treatments, treatment 3 with refined sugar was said to be sweet. Refined sugar is the most commonly used sugar in winemaking because it can be easily utilized by the yeast. It interacts well with the other components of wine to produce quality wine, including sweetness. Sourness of wine is due to the acid content of the fruits. A wine with high levels of acid may taste tart or sour. Treatments 1 and 2 were described as least sour by the evaluators, while treatment 3 was described as less sour. This means that the lubas fruit contains right amount of acid for winemaking. In terms of bitterness, treatment 1 and treatment 2 were described by the three groups of evaluators as less bitter, while treatment 3 was described as moderately bitter. Bitterness is due to the tannin present in the skin, stems, and the seeds of the fruits. Although lubas fruits were peeled, there are still remaining tannins in the flesh of the lubas fruit when they were crushed. Lubas wine contained a bit of bitterness because lubas fruits were peeled and contain less tannin. This means that bitter taste from lubas wine is just right for a fruit wine. Hot taste of wine is associated with the alcohol content of wine. The hotter the wine, there is a possibility the higher the alcohol content. Treatment 1 and 2 were described by the evaluators as less hot. This is due to the lower alcohol content of the treatments, while treatment 3 was described as hot by the female drinkers and less hot by the male drinkers and bartenders. In terms of acceptability, in terms of aroma, the acceptability of Lubas wine, generally speaking, if a wine smells good, meaning there are no off odors such as scents of wet dogs and newspapers, mold, vinegar, or generally unclean scents, the wine is sound. All treatments were perceived by all the evaluators as candy-like in aroma. This is due to the aroma of the lubas fruit itself and the sugar used in making the lubas wine. In terms of physical appearance, greasiness occurs due to the age of wine. All treatments are still on the process of clarification. It will naturally clarify as it ages within several months or a year. For the conclusions and recommendations, every process has its wine. The different sugars used in making the lubas wine have different effects on produce wine. The different sugars used in making the lubas wine retain market value and can be sold in the market. Since winemaking is a complex process, every step in making must be given attention and importance to produce this desired alcohol content of wine. The type and quality of fruit must be considered. Adding of sugar is necessary to produce better wines in terms of its taste, aroma, appearance, and alcohol content. Different sugars can also be used in winemaking, like honey and molasses. Ample time must also be given consideration and used to produce clear and brilliant appearance of wines. Production of lubas fruit preserves and other products can also be ventured to augment family income. That would be all, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Soberano, for the presentation of your research output. So as of now, we have 33 viewers via Facebook Live in our breakout rooms. For your information, please. Okay, so our third presenter is on the research fermented seaweed, Capaficus alvarezi byproduct promotes growth and development of lettuce, Lactuca sativa. And the researchers are Mr. Danny Carabio, Petroy, Roy Pascual, Marlene Rondina, Nona Fatima Abelio, and Valerie Pascual from Cebu Technological University, Barili Campus. And this will be presented by Mr. Danny Carabio.
Good day, everyone. I am here to present our study, The Fermented Seaweeds Byproduct Promotes Growth and Development of Lettuce. With me, Dr. Petroy Pascual, Marlene Rondina, Nuna Fatima Abilio, Valerie Pascual, and yours truly, Danny Carabio, the presenter. We are in Technological University, Barili Campus, Barili, Cebu, Philippines, under the guidance of Dr. Part of the presentation is the introduction, methodology, results in discussion, in the conclusion. Why lettuce? Lettuce is widely cultivated throughout the world for their innumerable benefits as development and regulation of the body through its high amount of vitamins and minerals. This plant is low in calories, fat, and sodium, and is a good source of fiber, iron, folate, and vitamin C. It is also a good source of various other health beneficial bioactive compounds. In vitro and in vivo studies have shown anti-inflammatory, cholesterol-lowering, and anti-diabetic activities attributed to the bioactive compounds in lettuce. And why organic fertilizers? Organic fertilizer, due to their greater availability of nutrients, increase soil pH along with other benefits, presents a good alternative to mineral fertilizer. Organic fertilizers have a greater impact on the microbial community structure than chemical fertilizers. So, why seaweed? Currently, Cebu Technological University in the Philippines is commercializing wellness blends based mainly on Kappa ficus alvarizi, of which 800 grams of sludge remains after juice extraction from 1 kilo of fresh seaweed. Seaweed extracts contain trace elements and growth stimulators required by plants. It is also reported that these extracts are rich in vitamins, amino acids, trace elements, and it contains nitrogen, phosphorus, and higher amount of water-soluble potash, other minerals, and trace elements in readily absorbable by plants. So, considering the current situation at the university and the potential benefits of seaweed-based fertilizer, the present study which considers using seaweed in liquid fertilizer from seaweed was undertaken.
Yes po.
Yes, sure po. Sure po, sir. Yes, I can share it. Okay, thank you for the time po. Hello po, hindi po na-share kasi nagsa-start na po ako, ma'am. Sige, sige. I-re-reply ko na lang po.
while practicing developing positive interaction rapport with visitors were their weakness. From the result of the study, intervention program is suggested to improve the readiness of students in taking competency assessment and bookkeeping, bread and pastry production, and local tour guiding. From the bookkeeping, preparation of journal entry was the identified weakness. The activity as group discussion, interaction, and lecture on the type of business and account titles, identification, and preparation of journal entries are the activities. Objective is to train students to journalize transaction based on the nature of the business, persons involved, teachers and students, time frame 8 hours, budgetary requirements as approved by the administration. On bread and pastry production, demonstrating knowledge on varieties of characteristics of the product and dessert, additional project to demonstrate skills and preparation of dessert is the activities. On a local guiding, research information relevant to locally and tour itinerary integrate multiple topics, components to create maximum values and interest. Activity is to integrate topics on actual preparation of itinerary. The objective is to coach students on the preparation of itinerary, on coordinating tour arrangement for clients, additional revenues or expenses incurred and report in connection with the submitted itinerary of travel was the identified weakness. On accompanying and guiding clients in accordance with the tour itinerary practice and develop positive interaction and report with visitor was the identified weakness. From those interventions presented, which also serve as recommendation, the researcher believed that the readiness of students in taking tests the national competency assessment can be improved. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening. God bless us all.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Iscolano. For the next presenter is from Central Bicaldo.
Good day. I will be presenting a research study entitled A Perceived Entrepreneurial Literacy of Pre-College
The
Students
study
in
is about a
Megacity,
perceived
Philippines. The rationale.
entrepreneurial
The results
Philippines.
of this
Maybe called
study may
English
help
Lilian.
entrepreneurship educators redesign teaching strategies for a more effective senior high school curriculum to help prepare students become resilient future entrepreneurs. And this may help the government in initiating projects that provide relevant training and seminars to help encourage new businesses. The objectives are the following. Determine the socio-demographic profile of the senior high school students taking up entrepreneurship. Identify the senior high school programs, training, and activities anchored at creating awareness and developing entrepreneurial literacy. Determine the level of entrepreneurial literacy of senior high school students in City, Philippines, and determine if there is a significant difference in the level of entrepreneurial literacy of students from the public and the private institutions. The conceptual framework. The conceptual framework in this study shows that in order for a student to develop entrepreneurial literacy, there are three indicators that need to be satisfied. The first one is the content, which includes the program objectives, the teaching learning methods, the type of learning institution. The second one is the delivery, which includes the instructor competence and the institutional strategies. And the third one is the competence, which includes the marketing, technical, organization and management, financial competence, and exposure of the students to different businesses. The methodology. The research design used in this study are qualitative and quantitative. The locale of the study. This study covered the 10 top performing public and private schools offering senior high school education in Naga City, Philippines. The respondents of the study are the grade 12 senior high school students from the top 10 selected schools in Naga City, Philippines. And the research instrument, the study used a pre-tested entrepreneurial literacy questionnaire used in the study of Oweller in 2012. And the method of data analysis is the test of significance and the focus group discussion. Results and discussion. For the socio-demographic profile, it was revealed that 97.9% of senior high school students are between 16 to 19 years old. Majority of them, or 64.4%, belong to the middle income family. And all senior high school respondents have their own entrepreneurial experience or they are in proximity with people engaged in business. The senior high school programs, training, and activities anchored at creating awareness and developing entrepreneurial literacy includes the following: lecture discussions, focus group discussions, trade participation, community observations, outside exposures, and seminars, training, or workshops. So it was revealed that the educators are still doing a more traditional method of teaching entrepreneurship because lecture discussions got the highest score with a mean score of 3.67. So it can be noted that off-campus activities are done on a less frequent basis. And during the FGD conducted, the respondents revealed that because of the strict guidelines in letting the children participate in off-campus activities were not given much focus or emphasis in schools, which in turn, this may hinder the students' development of real-life problem-solving skills. For the level of the study revealed that the technical and operational aspect got the highest score with a mean score of 3.81 or a verbal interpretation of high. In evaluating the students' level of technical or operational literacy, it was found out that the senior high school students have the highest score in terms of information gathering and processing. So this can be attributed from the technological advancement that most students experience in their generation. Next is the organization and management aspect, which in turn revealed that the students have a high literacy rate in terms of the managerial, decision-making, organization, and leadership skill with an overall mean score of 3.44 or a verbal interpretation of also high. The marketing literacy aspect got a lower rating with only 3.33 or a verbal interpretation of average. So during the FGD, it was revealed that the students are well acquainted with the different products that they purchase. And these students like trying out new things in the market. So it is for this reason that it is easier for them to compare prices given to each product, and it is also easier for them to adopt pricing strategies that when there were school activities that involve the manufacturing and selling of their own product. While the financial aspect got the lowest score of 3.20 or a verbal interpretation of average. So the results showed that the students have a higher rating on the capital and economic knowledge, while other indicators get a lower score, which involves investment, savings, debt management, and financial management or accounting. In determining the significant difference in the level of entrepreneurial literacy of students enrolled in the public and private schools, the proponent used a t-test in treating the data gathered in this study. So the results showed that there is no significant difference in the level of entrepreneurial literacy from the students enrolled in public and private schools. So this implies that the transfer of entrepreneurial learning is the same regardless of the institution that the students are enrolled in. So this is a clear indication of the consistency in the teaching methods and strategies employed by both the public and the private schools to develop entrepreneurial literacy among their entrepreneurship students. The study arrived at the following conclusions. Senior high school institutions in Naga City have provided the basic entrepreneurial education, and students are educationally one step ahead should they wish to pursue an entrepreneurial venture after graduation. Senior high school students lack the business exposures to develop their awareness in business operations. And lastly, there is no significant difference in the level of entrepreneurial literacy of the senior high school students in the public and private institutions in Naga City, Philippines. And that will be all. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ma'am, Ma'am Bicaldo. So we come now to the open forum. Please indicate please type your questions on the chat box if you have some queries and questions. Hmm? To the participants, please give now your questions to the 5 presenters. Okay, so the first question is for Ma'am um, Riches Tortola. Please switch on your Ma'am Riches. Please switch on your
Hello, ma'am.
video and
Hi.
okay po. So this is your question. In the results of your study, the MTB MLE, is this used in the as module in the blended learning, especially now that we have pandemic?
Yes, ma'am.
Nagamit mo po, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Because
Hello po.
students can. Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello
ma'am.
po. Okay.
Hello.
Yes po. It is used in blended learning.
So, is this in your school only? Okay, so thank you very much, ma'am. So any questions from the participants? So another question is for Ma'am Orozco.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning po.
May we know, ma'am? Good morning po.
Hello,
May we
I'm
know,
sorry.
ma'am, how many
Hello,
respondents?
ma'am.
Hello. So
Yes, ma'am.
this is
Good
for
morning.
Ma'am Orozco. Yes po. This is the question. How many respondents do you have in your study for the
We have two sets of respondents, ma'am. One group for grade 6 and the other group for grade 4.
okay po. So how many respondents?
36 36 for grade 4 and 36 for grade 6.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for
Thank you,
your
ma'am.
answer. Okay, so any questions from the participants? This is for Ma'am Bicaldo.
Yes, ma'am. Good
Another
morning po.
question.
Yes po.
What is the best intervention can you recommend in your study? The best intervention.
Okay,
As
thank
you
you.
have tested.
The best recommendation that I can give is that schools should have a business incubation center for student enterprises wherein they can practice their that they are ready to pursue their business ventures school, then I think they will have been developed entrepreneurial skills by that time.
Okay, so thank you very much, ma'am, for your great answer. Okay, so Ma'am Tortola, Sir Midal, ma'am, very much for your presentation. We proceed to the next presenter. This is from St. Paul University, Manila. The studies Doctor of Philosophy and Entrepreneurship for Philin Ojeda Hintalan.
A pleasant day to everyone. I am Jocelyn Ojeda Hintalan, a faculty of Camarines Polytechnic Colleges. I just finished my degree and doctor in business administration last May 2020 at St. Paul University, Manila. Allow me to present the output of my dissertation study entitled The Business Model Framework for a PhD and Entrepreneurship for Filipinos. Business model framework is a description, is a conceptual structure that supports the viability of a product or company and includes the purpose of and goals of the company and how it intends to achieve them. Business processes and the company adopts and follows. To this, higher education institution must adequately attain quality and excellence in the present educational climate. However, it calls for commitment to raise standards, particularly in PhD and entrepreneurship among Filipinos. But it was noted that there is no higher education institution offering a PhD for entrepreneurship in the Philippines. Thus, this prompted the researcher to conduct a study on a business model framework for a PhD and entrepreneurship responsive to the demands of global competitiveness. Business education today is anachronistic in both how it is conducted and what its content focuses on. Our institutions have yet to catch up with what today's technologies make possible in terms of virtualized, customized instruction. More importantly, business education needs to evolve once again, revising its goal to educate leaders of the future who have a new set of skills, sustainable global thinking, entrepreneurial and help higher education institutions to strengthen the business education in response to the needs of the modern times. For the statement of the problem, this study aimed to propose a business model framework for doctoral philosophy and entrepreneurship for Number one, what is the direction set by the Commission on Higher Education or CHED in the offering of PhD and entrepreneurship for Filipinos? Number two, what are learning facilities and learners? And number three, what are the required competencies in entrepreneurship as known to the following: academic sector, business sector, both local and international, and the government sector. And number four, based on the findings of the study, What business model framework can be proposed to support a PhD and entrepreneurship for Filipinos? This study was anchored from the Business Model Canvas, or the BMC, developed by Alexander Osterwalder and Yves Bignior. The Business Model Canvas, or BMC, is a graphic representation of several variables that show the values of an organization. The Business Model Canvas can be deployed as a strategy tool for the development of a new organization. For the methodology, a qualitative design was used in the study to determine, analyze, and interpret the answers to the problem and status of the study. Qualitative research was employed in the study by way of documentary analysis to determine the direction set by the Commission on Higher Education in the offering of PhD and entrepreneurship, the global trends in entrepreneurship education, universities and colleges, considering the following key result areas: curriculum, faculty, learning facilities, and learners. Focus group discussions and interviews were conducted to determine the required competencies in entrepreneurship known to academic sector, business sector, and government sector. The first proposed of the deans, program chairs, and faculty members from selected state universities and colleges of Region 5 offering BS in entrepreneurship. The second group were composed of selected entrepreneurs, the business sector, from the members of Orgulyo Can Bicol or Proud of Bicol, MSMES, organized in partnership with the third group, the government sector, which is the Department of Trade and Industry. To validate the answers to the three groups of Filipino respondents, international entrepreneurs through the TEDx events in different locations in the United States were also included in the study. 3 YouTube videos were analyzed through textual analysis of their speech. For the findings, conclusion, recommendation, for the problem number 1, what is the direction set by the Commission on Higher Education in the offering of PhD and entrepreneurship? Finding, there is no specific CHED policy direction for PhD and entrepreneurship since this program is not yet existent in the Philippines. For the purpose of this proposed program, there are several CHED memorandum orders that can guide a higher education institution in offering this program. Conclusion, CHED has set of policies in form of CHED memorandum orders to support the initial offering of PhD program in entrepreneurship. If in case the program grows and the lead was followed by most universities, CHED will surely create specific CMOs that will surely or further enrich its implementation process. And for the recommendation, CHED has to come up with a long-term plan for PhD programs in the Philippines. In case the proposed adopted in the future, this will improve the entrepreneurial direction of Filipino business community. For statement of the problem number 2, what are the global trends in entrepreneurship education in universities and colleges considering the following key result areas: curriculum, faculty, learning facilities, and learners? For the findings, in curriculum, they provide world-class instruction, provide they call innovation infrastructure. For the faculty, they employ multiple mentors, practitioners, entrepreneurial gurus, CEOs, among others. And for learning facilities, the universities provide world-class infrastructure, highly customized paths with facilities for entrepreneurial research. And for the learners, the students learn entrepreneurship through formal education. They were provided for a learning or teaching and practice experience as part of the instruction. At the end of the program, they were expected to show their entrepreneurial outputs. For the conclusion, the global trends to entrepreneurship education is basically focused on the learn and experience part of education process, meaning all classroom learning are paired with actual entrepreneurial experiences. Innovative infrastructure are being built in campuses of universities in the US. Information technology is still the #1 driver of growth of business. Therefore, entrepreneurial education should focus on taking advantage of the technology around us. For the recommendation, the Philippines must keep up with the global trends and entrepreneurial education. It should provide innovation and infrastructure that will make the program more useful in the future. Number 3, what are the required competencies in entrepreneurship as noted the following: academic sector, business sector, international, and the government sector. The findings, academic sector, they identified personal entrepreneurial competencies or defects for the text local, identify the ability to work with others, kind hearted, self awareness, delegations, patience, just, and fair as the required competencies. While for the international entrepreneurs, they identify the entrepreneurial DNA builders. And for the government sector, they identify skilled and entrepreneurial mindset as the required competencies. For the conclusions, the global business sector has come up with list of needed taking advantage of information technology for a bigger leap from being traditional. It was noted, it was noticed that the academic sector had been teaching multiple of competencies which are not needed when compared to the list of global business sector. For the recommendations, the academic sector must focus on important aspects of required entrepreneurial competencies. They must be updated from the global business sector so that PhD and entrepreneurship will have a good curriculum and actual practice will be more beneficial to the business community.
Good morning po. Are we supposed to share our videos or is it some yung galing na lang din po sa inyo na video? Sorry.
We have your recorded video. Just wait for the open forum. Okay pa. Sandali na po kasi na wala yung ano namin. Nagka-technical problem. Di pa tapusin ka lang. Sihin ka lang.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much, Ma'am Jocelyn Hintalan. We proceed to Bicol University, Legazpi City, Albay. The study is about the integration of science concepts in teaching solid geometry, effects on the pedagogical knowledge and interest of the pre-service teachers. May we call in Miss Jocelyn F. Goyina.
Yes po. Hello, madam.
Hello po. You will play your recorded video.
Yeah. Good day to everyone. The research concept and teaching solid geometry affects the pedagogical knowledge and interest of the pre-service teacher. According to the OECD Program for International Student Assessment PISA 2018, Philippines has ranked second from the lowest among 79 countries in both science and mathematics. The worst scenario is that the country was the lowest in reading comprehension. It is indeed a cause of concern for the Filipino educators considering the recent implementation of the K-12 curriculum. The K-12 basic education implementation has been carried out since 2012, which focuses on the development of the higher order thinking skills and the 21st century skills of the students. Similarly, the enhanced basic Education curriculum standards and principles is based on the pedagogical approaches such as constructivist, inquiry-based, reflective, collaborative, and integrative that would develop the 21st century skills of the students, particularly in mathematics and science. According to Berlin 2016, it will be needed to revisit the curricula since there is an ample evidence that the students' performance in the discipline is problematic. The science and mathematics curricula and pedagogical approaches should be strong to ensure the development of relevant and meaningful curricula for all students. Davison et al. 1995 believed that the inclusion of science in mathematics curriculum and vice versa is one way to provide a connection or interrelation between science and mathematics. Davison also believed that when science introduced and integrate in the teaching of mathematics in the early age, this will aid them reinforce their mathematics skills, inherent calculation involved in science, and further understand some concept in mathematics in the future. The Bicol University College of Education is also into the reconstruction of curriculum and strategies and approaches in teaching mathematics and science. BUSI has recently implemented the new curriculum and adopted the CHED Memorandum Number 75 Series of 2017, in which science and mathematics curriculum should be aligned with the K-12 basic curriculum and K-12 curriculum framework, anchored on the principles of outcomes-based education. The college is also adopting CMO number 75 series of 2017, 6.3.3 and 6.3.4, which envision that the graduates of the Bicol University College of Education can exhibit comprehensive content, pedagogical, and technological knowledge and competence in mathematical and science concept, in mathematical and science concept and procedure, as well as proficiency in relating math to other curriculum areas. In addition, the graduates of BUSA should manifest meaningful, comprehensive pedagogical content knowledge of math and use effectively appropriate approach, method, and techniques in teaching mathematics, including technological tools. That's why we arrived on this study to apply also some techniques, methods, and intervention in order for us to enhance the students' learning and pedagogical content and also and interest of the students. The objectives of these studies are the following. Determine the extent of the integration of science concept in teaching solid geometry. Investigate the effects of the integration of science concept in the following: pedagogical knowledge and interest of the pre-service teachers towards solid geometry, and find out the insights of the pre-service teachers towards the integration of science concept in teaching solid geometry. For materials and method, this study is a quantitative and qualitative pre-experimental design with one intake group mathematics major. 7 developed a lesson on area and perimeter of plane geometry and volumes of regular, irregular, solid geometry using integration of science concept and teaching solid and evaluated by the juror, particularly the content. The qualitative data from the direct observation of students' activities and the analysis of their journal logs, including discussions among them. To further qualify the data, a focus group discussion has conducted from the selected students. And the result of pre-test and post-test will be using t-test and determine the effects of the intervention. The study has implemented for 1.5 months to 34 pre-service teachers of Bicol University College of Education mathematics major. Likewise, 20-item tests for pedagogical knowledge and 20-item tests for interest inventory were also prepared to measure the effects of the intervention in teaching solid geometry. Both test questions were validated by the expert. The reliability on the test were determined using the data in the pilot testing using Goodriched formula and Cronbach alpha reliability. The tools made use of Likert scale type, and the student needed to tick the number in the interest inventory. Okay, for the result and For the three objectives, the first one is determine the extent of the integration of science concepts and teaching solid geometry. Findings. The level of the extent of the integration of science concepts is fully extant with a rate of 4.9, which implied that the inclusion of the science concept was observed and fully integrated in the lessons. Conclusion. The extent of the integration of science concepts and teaching solid geometry is fully integrated and documented throughout the whole part of the 7 lessons from the engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. For the number 2, investigate the effect of the integration of science concept and teaching solid geometry on the following pedagogical and also interest. For findings, the students' pedagogical knowledge result was significant at 0.05 with p-value of less than 0.001. There is a significant effects between pre-test and post-test mean scores of 9.47 and 13.88 respectively. For the conclusion, the pedagogical knowledge of the students was significantly improved, subjected to solid geometry lessons, integrating science concepts. The students' knowledge on creating and learning environment was also obtained. And for the interest, there is a significant effect on the means score between the pre-test and post-test, which are 3.86 and 4.24 respectively, with p-value of less than 0.002 at 0.05 level of significance. Science concepts and teaching solid geometry positive effect on the interest towards solid geometry was significantly improved. The students were highly interested and motivated to learn solid geometry with science concept. For number 3, objective, find out the insight of the pre-service teacher towards the integration of the science towards science concepts in the teaching of solid geometry. The students have realized that the integrating science concept in teaching solid geometry are the following. It is good strategy in teaching solid geometry and other subjects. It is a springboard to teach solid geometry or other mathematics subjects. This is called the pedagogical content knowledge, in which the teacher should not only know the content of the topic in solid geometry, but teachers should know how to teach a certain topic that would help the student to learn and appreciate solid geometry and other mathematics. It helps them to think critically and creatively. For the conclusion, the students became reflective on the application of science, of science For the recommendation, it is recommended that science concepts can be integrated in teaching, not only in solid geometry, but also in other subjects. Research on the integration of science concept in teaching geometry should be implemented using quasi-experimental design to verify the difference between the traditional one and this new intervention. I will show you some photos during the conduct of the study. The students also were using balancing. They also promote their products and so experimenting. That's why science is already integrated in teaching mathematics. For references, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ma'am Goyena. The next Okay, so thank you very much to the three presenters. So please room.
approaches and techniques of the classroom teacher. Oftentimes, teachers neglect to put emphasis on the utilization of students' activities. Teaching technology, livelihood, education, or TLE of grade 10 as one of the subjects mandated by the K-12 curriculum was quite challenging since it was looking for a specialization before the students being considered as completers during the admission ceremony. Study objectives sought first the profile of the students' pre-test scores in TLE 10 before and after their exposure to the use of explicit instruction approach along for three different topics. Second is the significant improvement brought about by the use of explicit instruction approach. Third, the significant difference between the post-test scores of the students who were exposed to the said strategy and those who were not. Last one is the derived pointers from the findings to improve the academic performance using the explicit instruction approach in TLE for grade 10 students. In this part, I am going to present the locale of the study. So this study was conducted at St. Peter Baptist College Foundation with its grade 10 students composed of two different sections. It was located at Zone 1 Poblacion Lupica Marina Sur. The school was named St. Peter Baptist Academy before and changed to St. Peter Baptist College Foundation in the year of 2021. So I have here a map of Lupi District with St. Peter Baptist College Foundation and selected photos taken inside the school campus. The methodologies that the researcher utilized are the following. Experimental methods was used in this study. Research subject or the respondents were the 30 from section 1 and 30 from section 2, with a total of 60. A teacher-made test was used which has been validated by a set of jurors. Through these, results of the pre-test and post-test of both experimental and control group were identified. For the statistical tool, the researcher utilized z-test, percentage, chi-square, weighted mean, and standard deviation. Findings derived based from the profile of the research subjects pre-test are as follows. The result of experimental group under topic 1 is PL of 70.418 needs improvement. Topic 2, PL of 59.44 needs improvement. And topic 3, PL of 62.9875 needs improvement. However, in the control group, pretest result, topic 1, PL of 44.375 needs improvement. Topic 2, PL of 45 needs improvement. And for the last topic, PL of 47.5 needs improvement. The profile of the research subjects post-test are as follows. An experimental group under plan and prepare for configuration of computer systems in network, which is the topic 1, PL of 85.831, very satisfactory. Topic 2, PL of 76.48, very satisfactory. And for the last topic of experimental group, PL of 87.5, very satisfactory. On the other hand, in the control group, pretest result on topic 1, PL of 59.125 also needs improvement. Topic 2, PL of 55.927 needs improvement. And for the last topic, PL of 65 needs improvement. On the test of significant improvement from pre-test to post-test of the experimental group in every topic, the standard deviation, the computed Z of topic 1 is 5.462 and 5.376, which is less than the p-value of 0.001. In topic 2, 5.147 and 5.495, less than the value of p of 0.001. And for the topic 3, 5.056 and 5.087, which is less than the p-value of 0.001, with 29 degrees of freedom So the null hypothesis was rejected, indicating that there is a highly significant improvement in all aspects. And on the test of significant difference between the post-test scores of the experimental and control group, for both experimental and control, topic 1, 1.384 and 13.33125, which is less than the p-value of 0.001. For the topic 2, 2.188, 1.395, and 10.88235, less than the p-value of 0.001. And for the topic 3, 1.006 and 2.124, 11.07692, which is less than the p-value of 0.001, with 58 degrees of freedom, there is a highly significant difference between the post-test scores of experimental and control groups. Therefore, the null hypothesis was rejected, and the alternative hypothesis was accepted. For my conclusion, so the profile of the students' pre-test and post-test results of both experimental and control group were used as basis in determining the improvement of students' academic performance after employing the explicit instruction, particularly in experimental group. Second one is there is a highly significant improvement brought about by the explicit instruction on the academic performance of grade 10 students. And the last one, post-test scores in the different skills of the group who were exposed to the explicit instruction approach significantly differ from the students who were not given the same opportunity. In the last conclusion, the pointers formulated to improve the students' academic performance using explicit instruction approach. For the pointers to improve students' academic performance based on the findings of the study, pointers have been derived and formulated. Number one is learners should develop their skills through learning by doing and be flexible working in a group or individually, as well being adjustable and adaptable to the new setup of learning. Teachers should utilize explicit instruction approach to improve the academic performance of students, develop and adjust their teaching approaches for new mode of learning. Modifying and customizing the approach from the traditional to non-face-to-face mode is important. Utilizing different learners management system or LMSs in teaching is highly necessary, as well as different platforms. Center the focus to the most essential learning competencies or the MELCs. The school heads, DepEd officials, as well as to the Department of Education must lead the teachers to innovate assessment crafted from the student-centered strategies. Organize and develop trainings and webinars to address the needs of the students and teachers in this time of pandemic. Parents, community, local government units, and other stakeholders must have a stable coordination to the school and teachers through monitoring and distributing modules. Internet service providers as well as the DOST must provide a stable internet connection for online learning and to access the internet in teaching and learning, particularly in far-flung area. The teacher and parents will serve as facilitator of activities formulated and being executed by the teacher in their daily lesson through online or through written. Close monitoring and supervision of the principal educational program supervisor is very essential in determining the progress and of development and improvement based from the evaluation results. And pointers formulated by the researcher must be considered, utilized by improving the academic performance of the students. For my conclusion, so the profile of the students' pre-test and post-test results of both experimental and control group were used as basis in determining the improvement of students' academic performance after employing the explicit instruction, particularly in experimental group. Second one is there is a highly significant improvement brought about by the explicit instruction on the test scores in the different skills of the group who were exposed to the explicit instruction approach significantly differ from the students who were not given the same opportunity. in the last conclusion, the pointers formulated to improve the student's academic performance using explicit instruction approach. And before I end my discussion, I have here 10 selected references coming from international journals, thesis and dissertations, books, and websites.
Thank you very much, Sir Jonel Balieras, for the very informative uh, presentation. We come now to the next presenter, which is from University of the Philippines at Los Baños. The study is about the determinants of academic performance of first cohort senior high graduates studying in University of the Philippines, Los Baños. May we call in Mr. Efrain C. Quinones.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to the International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture. I'll be presenting our study on the determinants of academic performance of first cohort senior high school graduates studying in the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. I am Assistant Professor Efraim C. Quinones. My co-authors are Dr. Maria Ana T. Kimbo and Dr. Josefina T. Dizon, and we are all from the College of Public Affairs and Development, UPLB. In 2013, the Philippines enacted RA 10533, or the Enhanced Basic Education Act, which caused a paradigm shift in the basic education landscape of the country. Better known as the K-12 Act, it added a mandatory kindergarten and 2 years of senior high school. The 2 years of senior high school intend to provide time for students to take core courses and career pathways and provide sufficient time for mastery of concepts and skills and develop them as lifelong learners. Graduates of the K-12 program are said to become more equipped to study at higher levels of college education, and they can be prepared to handle pressures of work. However, the K-12 initial implementation of the senior high school has not been without its fair share of challenges. Geronimo, 2017, cited the unavailability of industry partners to accommodate the 1.4 million grade 12 students, the insufficiency of the ATR actual training, and the development of new strands. The senior high school program likewise has implications on higher education, as tertiary level courses have been brought down to secondary level. And the higher education institutions have been tasked by CHED to revise and update their curricula to adapt to this transition of courses. As such, it would be the opportune time to monitor and assess whether this initial rollout of senior high school graduates have obtained the standard knowledge, skills, and competencies needed to perform well academically during college. Specifically, this study will be looking into their academic performance, which is measured by the general weighted average of the student for a particular semester or by various educational resources stated here. A correlational research design which involved collecting data to determine the degree to which a relationship exists between the student's academic performance and selected variables was employed. We have a sample size of 345. This is for around 2,500 first year students, academic year 2018 to 2019. And we had a response rate of 72.6%. As you can see in this chart over here, the grading system for the entire academic year, so this is the GWA, follows a symmetric curve. The average estimated GWA is 1.985 with standard deviation of 0.44 and for an average of around 36.9 units. It's worth noting here that the grading system of the university is such that 1 is the highest grade that a student can get and 5 being the lowest. Here, I have enumerated or I have placed here several factors with little to no association with academic performance. This is based on correlation analysis. So the first is the place of residence as when they were studying in the university, as they were studying in the university. So this has no correlation or little to no association with academic performance. Turley and Wodke back up the correlation results for the college residence and academic performance, wherein their study concludes that the type of residence during college did not have a significant effect on the first year academic performance. Similarly, low correlation between academic performance and the type of senior high school, so whether it's public or private, is supported by Nam and Sung 2009, who claimed that the average test scores of students are not significantly different between public and private schools in Korea. It is possible that the lack of strong association between students' organizational affiliation, so it doesn't matter if they belong to an org or not, academic org or a fraternity or a sorority, that also did not have uh, association with their academic performance. It could be that the time spent with the orgs and the academic support they receive from their co-members in these organizations would negate each other. Also, whether or not they experience any challenges had little to no association with their academic performance because this one encompasses, I think, almost all of the students. In addition, there was also not sufficient evidence to suggest an association between senior high school track and their academic performance. This seems to validate CHED's decision to allow grade 12 graduates to enter college regardless of the track or strand taken in senior high school, according to CHED Memorandum Order Number 15, Series of 2017. This may also imply that off-track students were able to successfully bridge the demands of their college courses despite not having the theoretical foundations during senior high school. Now, let's look at what were the determinants of academic performance. There were three in specific: the previous academic performance, their academic load during the first semester and second semester, and the 21st century skills score. Students' academic performance, as seen here, is determined through their GWA during their 2 years in senior high school. This represents a student's academic performance prior to entry into the university. The distribution is negatively skewed with their average GWA during their senior high school being 93.114 and a standard deviation of 3.22. The final GWA for senior high school of students represents their academic performance, which was identified as the most significant academic predictor of the first year Australian students according to Mackenzie and Switzer. Similar findings were also reported by Power, citing a correlation between secondary school grades and the GPA. In addition to this, academic load or the number of units enrolled during the first and second semester were also found to be determinants. So, negative correlation for the first semester and second semester is a positive correlation. This indicates that as a student enrolls more units in the first semester, the lower a student's academic performance. This is in contrast with the number of units enrolled in the second semester, which has a positive correlation coefficient in relation to academic performance. For the 21st century skills, now the extent to which these are used, so here it's not really too, mostly within the range of 3, 4, and 5, which is moderate extent. So we can see that all the five 21st century skills scores, creativity and innovation, collaboration, critical thinking, communication, and ICT are well used in the university. So the correlation between academic performance and 21st century skills may be explained by the high utilization of these skills in UPLB classes. It is quite possible that students who have successfully honed their 21st century skills have been successful at the university. The 5 21st century skills, critical thinking skills, and creativity and innovation skills had the strongest correlation with academic performance. And we see here the regression results of the selected variables with academic performance, and they account for 22.56 of the variance in the academic performance. In conclusion, the determinants of academic performance for first cohort senior high school graduates are their previous academic performance, extent of the 21st century skills utilized, and academic load. Recommendations for the university administration: an expanded bridging program for the incoming senior high school students or graduates. Consider a reduced load of 15 units for freshmen during the first semester. And for DepEd to highlight the endeavors of both public and private schools in fostering 21st century institutions. Thank you very much. God bless.
I didn't. I don't know. Mo. Naka-unmute pala. Utrong ko. Sandali. For the next presenter, from Bicol University, Legazpi City, Albay. Education of the Master of Arts in General Science. May we call in Michela Iserona Aro.
To cope with the speed up of activities in the global scenario and increasing interactions among different regions and populations, the Philippine education has undergone several reforms. And one of this is the adoption of the outcomes-based education as teaching learning framework in higher education and the optimization of the use of 21st century skills by students to strengthen the nation's research and as mentioned in CMO number 15, series of 2019. One of the several basic curriculum related activities that can be done is to look into the courses and scrutinize if they are still relevant to the demands of globalization and internalization in higher education. This study, entitled Curricular Alignment to the Outcomes-Based Education of the Master of Arts in General Science Education, was conducted by two researchers, myself, Sheila I. Arroco, as the component leader, and my co-researcher is Professor Mary Grace A. Rodriguez. We are both faculty members of the Bicol University College of Education, Daraga Albay, teaching in the undergraduate and graduate programs. This was a CHED IDIG funded research, a component of CHED IDIG program entitled Enhancing Bicol Hershey's RD and E Management, Innovation and Technology Rollout Capabilities under the project component entitled Strengthening BU Graduate and Undergraduate Curricula Towards Outcomes-Based Education. And this was anchored on CMO number 46, series of 2012. The following were the objectives of this study. Number one is to assess the extent of compliance to outcomes-based education of the existing syllabi for MA General Science. Number two is to determine the approaches, strategies, and techniques aligned to the 21st century framework of education and to the institutional learning outcomes for MA General Science program. Third is to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the existing syllabi of MA General Science program. And the fourth is to develop outcomes-based syllabi for MA General Science considering the results of the assessment. This slide shows the methodology of the study. This is a descriptive evaluative type of research. It assessed the existing syllabi of the 7 major courses for MA in General Science Education in terms of its compliance to outcomes-based education. Rubrics were provided to the jurors who evaluated the syllabi. Weighted mean was employed to the gathered data. Facilitation of data. Cross-validation was done by interviewing faculty members who already taught the subjects and recorded their comments. SWOT analysis was done to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the existing syllabi. This slide shows the findings for the first objective. Under the course information, most existing syllabi got a high extent of compliance, which means that these syllabi provide complete and accurate presentation of the course information. The other two syllabi got moderate extent of compliance, which indicates that minor course information is missing or needs clarification. Further, it can be noted that under course learning outcomes and student learning outcomes, there are syllabi that got low extent of compliance. This indicates that at least 50% of the course learning outcomes are aligned with the university, college, and program learning outcomes, and only 50% are mapped from Bloom's taxonomy of learning outcomes. On the other hand, the low extent of compliance under the student learning outcomes means that only 50% of the student learning outcomes are described in measurable terms of what students will be able to do, value, or know at the end of the course. And the syllabi may describe the content to be covered rather than the student learning outcomes. With regard to the second objective of this study, it can be seen from the table that majority of the existing syllabi got moderate extent of compliance on instructional methods and strategies, which indicates that these syllabi have at least 4 instructional methods and strategies as compared with those which got high extent of compliance that have at least 6 instructional methods and strategies. It is notable that under assessment, while most syllabi got moderate extent of compliance, one syllabus got low extent of compliance. This indicates that this syllabus consists only 50% of the major assessment activities mapped onto the full range of student learning outcomes. Finally, under reference part, majority of the existing syllabi got high extent of compliance, which means that this syllabi provides students with more than 10 of information sources used by professionals in the discipline. From SWOT analysis conducted Six trends were revealed by the existing syllabi as shown in the slides. These are on course information, course learning outcomes, student learning outcomes, methods and strategies used, grading policy, and list of sources of information. Meanwhile, there are eight revealed weaknesses of the existing syllabi, and these are on improper course code, some of CLOs and SLOs, assessment activities, and provisions for references. From the results of the objectives 1 to 3, the researchers developed OBE syllabi for the major courses. These syllabi consist of the following major parts shown in the slide. Under course outline is found the course learning outcomes, specific learning outcomes, learning content, instructional delivery, instructional resources, performance standard, assessment tasks, and time allotment. The developed syllabi were validated by jurors. In this table, it can be seen that all developed OBE syllabi got high extent of compliance in terms of course information, which means that the syllabi provide correct course number and course title as provided in the Board of Regents approved curriculum. For Table 4, there are two syllabi which got moderate extent of compliance on criterion that the CLOs are written in active language, but for the rest of the criteria under course learning outcomes, all developed OBE syllabi got high extent of compliance. This table shows that all developed syllabi got high extent of compliance under student learning outcomes, which means that the student learning outcomes described is measurable in terms of what students will be able to do, value, or know at the end of the course. They are mapped from Bloom's taxonomy of learning outcomes. Table 6 likewise shows that all developed OBE syllabi got high extent of compliance in terms of instructional methods and strategies employed, which means that the syllabi indicate the instructional methods and strategies used to move the learner towards achievement of the learning outcome. Table 7 also shows that all the developed OBE syllabi got high extent of compliance in terms of assessment, which means that students' learning outcomes and major assessments are aligned, the basic features of the major assessment activities are clearly defined, and the grading policy is indicated. For Table 8, all the developed syllabi got high extent of compliance under list of information provided, but moderate compliance under the use of APA format. Workshops on the use of APA format may be conducted for the faculty to be adapted to it. Four conclusions were drawn from the results of the study, and these are the following. Number one, not all of the existing syllabi in MA General Science Education program are compliant to outcomes-based education along course information, course learning outcomes, and student learning outcomes. Second, not all of the existing syllabi are aligned to the 21st century framework of education. Third, there were several strengths seen in the existing syllabi in terms of OBE standard, but there were also plenty weaknesses. And fourth, the developed and validated syllabi conform to the outcomes-based standard along course information, course learning outcomes, student learning outcomes, instructional methods and strategies, assessment, and references. The following are the recommendations forwarded by this study. Number one, tryout of the developed syllabi be conducted for further enhancements. Second, the developed and validated syllabi can be utilized by professors who will be teaching the subjects. Third, constant updating of this syllabi is recommended to be always relevant to the university, college, and program learning outcomes. And last, other syllabi in the program, such as those in cognate courses, can also be revised to conform to outcomes-based education. This is the list of references that the researchers used in the conduct of this study. Thank you very much for viewing and listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am Sheila Arroco. We come now to the open forum. There is a question in the chat box. This is for Dr. Quinones and his group. The question is, do you think the determinants of the students' academic performance noted by your study can also be true in this time of new educational landscape? Or would there be some shift? And if there is, what is your perception about it? This is from Dr. Ramona Isabel Ramirez. Sir?
Thank you po for asking. I think that our study would, the results of our study still hold true in this new normal scenario. Am I being heard? In this new normal scenario, particularly when it comes to admission policies, I think that schools or universities can consider the previous grades of their applicants and not employ examination. So, because these can be possible determinants for their academic performance. Also, all the more that the 21st century skills would need to be developed and utilized in the classroom at all levels. Because we have been forced into this situation, we might as well make the best of it and utilize those skills. And with regard to the academic load, I think yes, lessening the academic load specifically for the first year were in or first semesters inside the college or university would benefit the students a lot. I, with me is Dr. Lizon as well, if she would like to add some other things.
Okay, sir. Uh, can we wait the other company? Okay, if not, thank you very much, sir. So another question is to um, Miss Jocelyn Hintalan. Uh, what are the global trends to entrepreneurship education? Ma'am Jocelyn Hintalan.
Hello, yes, good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, based on the findings of the study, the global trends in entrepreneurship educations are innovator DNA, which includes the four DNAs like specialist DNA, um, builder DNA, opportunist DNA, and the innovator DNA.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. The another question. Yes,
Ma'am
po.
Rose, excuse me po.
Hello.
This is session 1, right, ma'am? 1A? This is session 1A. Yes po.
1A, 1A.
So remind ko lang
Yes.
po na
Oo,
ito po ay
yes.
session 1A.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Okay. Okay. So another question is for Ma'am Jocelyn Goyena. In your study, ma'am,
Yes,
Ma'am
po.
Goyena,
Yes po.
in your study, ma'am, what is the best teaching method can you recommend for the solid geometry?
I will say that you can
in your study
do.
Hello
but
po.
in my study, of course. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, nawawala
Yes,
ka,
can you
ma'am.
hear me?
Hello po. Okay po. Yes,
Hello
ma'am.
po. Yeah, naririnig niyo?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. We
In my
can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. The best in my study is experimentation. We did experimentation using contextualized science concepts in teaching geometry by using um, Pili. Actually, we use materials in Pili.
Okay po. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay po. Thank you po for your answer. Okay, so another question is for Mr. Junel Balieras.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the significant improvement brought about by the explicit instruction according to your study, the results of
All
your
right.
study?
All right. Thank you so much. Based on my research, the significant improvement brought about by the use of explicit instruction approach is it was definitely improve the academic performance of grade 10 because as we can notice, explicit instruction approach is one of the student-centered approach wherein the student will do the task in their own through the help of their colleagues and group mates. So through the use of explicit instruction approach, they it enhanced the academic performance of the students compared to the traditional way of teaching, which is the teacher only the center of the instruction. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. Um, look forward for your answers. We come now to the next presenter. Um, this is from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Pili Camarines Sur. Um, the study is about the outcomes-based education aligned instructional guide in chemistry teaching. The presenter is Dr. Ramona Isabel S. Ramirez.
Good day, everyone. I am Ramona Isabel S. Ramirez from the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Philippines. I am happy to share with you my research entitled Outcomes-Based Education Aligned Instructional Guide in Chemistry Teaching. My research recognizes the following realities. The first is the goal of education, indicating that it is for persons' holistic development and it should be intended for community development. It also realizes the goal of science education, which is to cultivate students' scientific habits of mind, develop their capability to engage in scientific inquiry, and teach students how to reason in scientific manner. All of this must be geared towards quality education and functional literacy to be able to promote lifelong learning. My dear friends, I am recognizing in this research these different realities. I realize that now is the time to force a new paradigm in teaching. That lengthy teacher discussion is no longer the norms, and we teachers need to innovate to be able to cope up with the existing protocol. That online platforms cannot cover all the necessities and requisites of effective learning. Thus, the need to come up with student-centered activities that can ensure acquisition of knowledge and skills of individual students. And finally, engaging activities that may require them to produce output that reflect their learning is the need of the time. So because of that, my dear friends, I was able to realize the dire need of IEC materials development research. Yes, my dear friends, IEC materials development research is very much in order. So I was able to come up with this OBE aligned instructional guide for teaching chemistry. This is consists of lessons for all topics in a general chemistry course. This is researcher-developed, student-centered, OBE-aligned, and individualized instructional activities. My dear friends, what you can see here in this picture is the cover of my OBE-aligned instructional guide. Here is the table of contents of my output. As you can see, this is consists of several lessons, 18 lessons at most. In every lessons are instructional activity guide, which can be used in carrying out what is indicated in the lesson. How do I go about my research? The general objective is to develop an instructional guide to be used in the promotion of outcomes-based education in chemistry teaching. Specifically, I developed an OBE-aligned lesson guide for all major topics in a general chemistry course. I packaged the developed lessons into an instructional guide for easy access of chemistry teachers, and I also validated the instructional guide to determine or establish its efficacy in promoting outcomes-based chemistry education. My research rests on the following frameworks. First is that learners can build and create meanings and knowledge. That people learn within a social context, which is facilitated through modeling and observation. That instructional aids reinforces student learning, and students can be independent learners if given appropriate instructional material. Guided by those different principles and theories, I was able to implement my research, implementing two major methodologies. The first is the development of the OBE-aligned instructional guide, and the second is the validation part. In the development, I restarted it with the development of a framework. I then review reference materials, organize and write the instructional material, and then write the final draft. For the validation, I focused on the expert's evaluation on the quality and acceptability. And there is also the inclusion of evaluating the efficacy in improving achievement level of my students. The results were as follows. On the expert's evaluation, it was found out that the OBE-aligned instructional guide is very good in terms of the content and pedagogical component as well as the technical aspects, getting an average rating from the experts of 4.06, indicating that it is very good, such as it is valid and acceptable. When it was tried out to a class, the results of achievement test administered before and after the intervention gives these results. The mean gain is 57.89 based on the pre-test and post-test results. Determining the significant difference using tests indicated that there's a significant difference in the mean scores, and this difference is attributed to the intervention and or the use of my instructional guide. Let me share to you, my dear friends, some pictures of the outputs of my students during the conduct of the tryout as I implemented the learning activities that are included in my guide. Results further indicated that there are some learning activities from the OBE-aligned instructional guide that may be adapted in science instruction while implementing distance learning. The individualized and student-centered activities can appropriately be used as student activities. Its component rubric for evaluation can promote a fair assessment of student outcomes. My dear friends, let me share with you some instructional activities that can be adapted in science classroom in the new normal, and this is part of my instructional guide. The first is a webinar and breakout session discussion for brainstorming activity. I also have a web quest activity for the mole concept, a model building activity. These are constructively aligned with student performance, and the activities are promoting individualized instruction. My dear friends, some other activities are scrapbook making, consequence mapping, and poster activity. If you will be given the chance to look at these learning activities, you will realize that these activities is embracing the new normal, for it can be used individually by our students with very minimal teacher supervision. Let me show you a sample of an activity guide for scrapbook making. You can see here that there is a very brief introduction to the activity. The learning task is specified and the methodology is given in detail for the students to be able to follow it on their own. There is a part for the evaluation, showing a rubric, which is actually giving my students an idea on how their outputs will be evaluated. My dear friends, as you can see, the instructional activities presented are constructively aligned with student performance. Curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment are focused on student outcomes, and outcomes are first defined, and then the design of the curriculum, including the teaching learning activities and assessment tasks, follow. For my conclusion, let me share with you that the OBE Aligned Instructional Guide with all its parts and features is an appropriate instructional material that can be used as a guide by chemistry teachers to enhance achievement of students in chemistry. It is very good in terms of content, pedagogical, and technical aspects. Results also indicated that it is effective in improving achievement level of students in the subject, particularly in terms of conceptual understanding, thinking skills, laboratory skills, and values development, as these are the main feature of the achievement test that I use during the pre and the post tests. Thank you very much for listening. Good day, everyone. Again, from the Philippines, I am saying God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Madam Monet, for the presentation. We come now to again from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. The study is about the remodeling the framework for disruptive innovation skills. May we call in Miss Hanilyn A. Hidalgo.
My paper is study number 2 of the project Disruptive Innovation Skills of Generation Z in Southeast Asia. While the study 1 of this project focused on the perception of a few Generation Z students in Southeast Asia and compared with the theory of disruptive innovation, this paper modified the model that sought to measure the disruptive innovation skill of university students. The picture on the slide summarizes the motivation of this paper. Maybe for us, we haven't really felt yet this so called Industry 4.0, since in most developing countries like ours, it is just starting to emerge in a few industries. But we need to join the bandwagon before we are left out by other economies. The fourth industrial revolution has effected changes even in the educational landscape. This has altered the competencies needed in the 21st century. And while the industries become more flexible, demands for new tasks and skills are developed. This paper is a response from the human resource demands of the fourth industrial revolution. The hyper-competition environment triggers innovation. Breakthrough products and technologies are developed from a leapfrogging or innovative mindset. This entails generating a novel idea that creates a progressive impact to society. So, as the region embraces radical changes towards industry revolution, the succeeding human resource base must keep up with the changing topography of the business and service sectors. Thus, competencies should center on steering disruptive change while creating fresh and cutting edge technologies. While researchers dealt with entrepreneurial innovation and behaviors, no literature was found to assess and measure the disruptive innovation skills of the students in this generation, which can serve as a contributing factor in enhancing their competencies towards developing breakthroughs and radical innovations. This study sought to develop a framework to measure the disruptive innovative capacity of Generation Z in Southeast Asia. Specifically, it aimed to determine the factors that describe the disruptive innovative skills of Gen Z and identify the indicators in measuring the disruptive innovation skills of the Generation Z. In developing a new model for disruptive innovation scale, a systematic review of literature was performed to determine the consensus and divergence of theories and research articles. The articles were then categorized into themes to better facilitate in understanding the literatures and developing a framework. In order to validate, five creative disruptors in their respective industries were interviewed. The goal of the exploratory interview was to understand from the perspective how they came up with their innovative ideas and business models and relate their responses to the existing variables from literatures. Key interviews were selected on the basis of their innovative contribution in the industries they belong. And to get the perspective of the Generation Z, an online focus group discussion was conducted with students taking agribusiness course who have already experienced creating their own businesses. The research was anchored from the theory of disruptive innovation, which was first popularized from Harvard professor Clayton Christensen's book, The Innovator's Dilemma. This theory describes a process of competitive response of smaller companies to established businesses by offering simplicity, convenience, accessibility, and affordability against the high cost and complications of existing products. The theory was applied by several business companies, but its popularity has led to different interpretations and was subjected to scholastic constructive criticisms. And while the theory has still many gray areas, it has been used as a powerful decision making tool in industries and academics. However, for a disruptive thinker to become an entrepreneur, an idea from a divergent thinking process should be transformed to an opportunity. In the opportunity recognition framework of Peck and Cameron, it revealed that the emotions of an entrepreneur make a powerful impact to the decision making process. Literatures associated with opportunity recognition led to two important elements in measuring disruptive innovation skill: curiosity and motivation. Studies prove that students become engaged towards an idea when they are curious and motivated. This led me to use curiosity as one component of measuring the disruptive innovation skill of a student. Behaviors such as questioning, observing, experimenting, and networking are characteristics of innovative entrepreneurs that relate with association thinking towards opportunity recognition. In study 1 of this project, it resulted with the same variables. Further studies reveal that motivation is a major influence of opportunity recognition. The growth needs and basic needs of Maslow's theory were blended as the influencing factors in the opportunity recognition. If your curiosity leads to an idea development, motivation facilitates in sustaining the idea. Literature suggests that the ability to discover ideas and reveal a person's alertness are triggered by factors that offer monetary, social, and psychological gains. Hence, the factors achievement, competitive urge, and monetary gain were used to further describe the measurement. This is the result of my validation interview with local innovative thinkers and entrepreneurs. Note that each has its own type of innovation where their driving forces match with the literatures cited in my paper. To sum up the variables in measuring the disruptive innovation skill, there are two factors that lead to disruptive thinking: curiosity and motivation, where curiosity is measured by questioning, observing, experimenting, and networking, while motivation is measured by achievement, competition urge, and monetary gain. The following slides show the indicators for each variable. All indicators were anchored from the published literatures, hence, there is no need to conduct a content validity measurement. This study concluded at constructing a scale to measure the disruptive innovation scale of the other disruptive and inopportunity models. This is an open framework that allows to be refined due to the regeneration of innovation concepts and skills brought by global transformations. This study recommends for confirmatory factor analysis and path analysis, which I am bound to do in my next study. The survey result will also provide a measurement to gauge our students' level of disruptive innovation skill. Maraming salamat and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanilin. Um, we proceed to the next presentation from Cebu Technological University, Barili Campus. The study is about the education and the perception of biotechnology in southern Cebu, Philippines. May we call in Mr. Jerome H. Ruiz.
Good day to each and everyone, especially to our facilitators and moderators, to our juries, and to my co-presenters for this event. I will be presenting our study entitled Education and the Perception and Biotechnology in Southern Cebu, Philippines. This study was conducted by Professor Valerio Pascual, Jerome H. Ruiz, Professor Lorelai Q. Escabal, and Ms. Nona Fatima H. Abelio. Biotechnology in the Philippines is still considered young since its establishment 2 decades ago. That is when the University of the Philippines, Las Bañas, established the first biotechnology facilities in the campus. Knowledge in biotechnology is minimal in rural areas, especially in southern Cebu, since there is difficulty in the dissemination of information and technology. This study highlights levels of education as a major factor affecting the public's perception and attitude towards agri-biotechnology. People's perception and biotechnology are related to their knowledge and adequate understanding of the fundamental concepts. That is what we use as basis why we identify levels of education as the factors for this study. So for the first methodology, we have research design, then project local and sampling. We have identified 15 municipalities in southern Cebu. For the target respondents, we have farmers, consumers, traders, and the academe. And for data gathering, we have conducted one-on-one survey interview to the respondents. And for the data interpretation and analysis, we use Kruskal-Wallis and pairwise comparison. So for the first result, knowledge in biotechnology and its application in food processing, we have used this to measure the extent of knowledge the respondents relate regarding to biotechnology and its application in food production. And interestingly, we have found out significant results in both parameters, wherein college level and college graduate respondents have the highest mean rank, meaning to say
is computer game addiction and well-being among selected high school students in San Pablo City, Laguna, Philippines. May we hear from the presenter will be Mr. Fernando C. Comea. Brother.
Good day, everyone. I am Brother Fernando Comia, and I am here to report the result of my study entitled Computer Game Addiction and Well-Being Among High School Students in San Pablo City, Laguna, Philippines. I am grateful that my paper is accepted, that will be able to share with you this topic and the idea of the effect of computer game addiction to the well-being of the students or high school students. The background of my study is computer game addiction, its effect on the youth, increasingly popular topic of studies. And also, it is currently there are very limited empirical studies on addictive effect of computer game, most especially in our country, Philippines. That is why, as a researcher, I focus on this particular aspect on identifying and present situation of the games and their effects on the public high school students' well-being. For the statement of the problem, what are the effects of computer game addiction on the well-being of the selected high school student in San Pablo City, Laguna, Philippines? And there are some questions or problems that this study aimed to answer, which are the socio-demographic and psychosocial characteristics of computer-addicted students. Another one is the effect of computer game addiction on the well-being of the high school student in both public and private high schools. Methodology, explanation, sequential mixed method, selection, research participants, complete enumeration, simple random sampling, data gathering and analysis. Phase 1, we have the quantitative data collection, analysis, and the qualitative data collection analysis. For the results and discussion, social demographics, there are all in all 3,574 total respondents and 44% male and 55% female. 1,670 or 47% were computer game addicted and 53% or 1,904 were non-addicted to computer games. Male respondents, 57% addicted and 47 non-addicted. Female respondents, 37 addicted and 62% non-addicted. Most addicted came from junior high school. 11 to 22 years old respondent, minimum age of 11 years old and maximum of 19 years old were addicted. Respondents, family with 4 to 5 members, which are average size for 4.4 of the family, Filipino family. Eldest tends to be addicted. Youngest child's well-being tends to be more adversely affected. Most of the respondents gave and in as the number of spent in playing per week increased, the number of addicted students became higher compared to non-addicted student. Addiction entails longer playing times. So, addicted tends to spend more money than non-addicted, of course. And the greatest number of students playing 1 to 5 hours per week. computer game addicted students. Highest number of hours are more than 80 hours per week, average of 12 hours gaming per day. That is long. We are trying to think of the addiction level and the number of hours or compared number of hours. The effect of computer game addiction on high school hours per week, average of 12. The effect of computer game addiction on high school students' well-being for the economic, addicted to computer games, which means they would starve themselves, not eating, not buying the necessity just to save money in order for them to have the load, the connection, or the data used for gaming. Emotional well-being, it is very obvious that based on the result of the study, emotional well-being is the most affected. Why? Because students who are addicted have effect in the negative ways. Even the statistical analysis, this aspect is affected by most of the variable. So there are lots of change in attitude and behavior when a person is addicted to computer games. And also, physical health well-being are affected in such a way that addicted students neglect their physical activities. And also, they one of which is forgetting food, eating on time, or others are compared to the other countries, the same with them. There are a lot of problems and there are a lot of negative effects on the physical well-being. And for the psychological well-being, addicted person may suffer from low self-esteem, feelings of inadequacy or disapproval from others also may trigger addiction to online gaming because it is through computer online games that addicted students can form relationships, hide their weaknesses and defects, and of true identity and burst their emotion and hide their true feelings. So they tend to be hot-tempered, irritated, and short in terms of patience or short, should I say, very, uh, they have the short time in terms of their patience, no? And then social well-being, last aspect of our discussion. This study shows that social problems were more of the effect while family problems were more of the reason in gaming addiction of the high school students. What does it mean? In this study, it means family problem is uh, the cause, and the effect or the reason why become they addicted is because of their family problem. And the family problem, because of the family problem, uh, because of the family problem, they become addicted, and that's the only thing that they can do to solve their problem. And for the conclusion, based on the statistical result and the FGD, the five aspects of well-being are interrelated in terms of effects of computer game addiction. Although it is obvious in this study that emotional aspect was most affected, its effect would also affect the other aspect, and the effect is one aspect is brought about by other aspect. In other words, one aspect causes the other aspect of well-being to be affected. As I've said earlier, it is interrelated. The five aspects are interrelated. If emotional well-being is affected, the other four will also be affected. Okay, so according to the study, Dowling and Yap 2006, individuals achieve a higher state of well-being and happiness when they are in homeostatic equilibrium. Therefore, well-being should not be looked into per aspect but as a whole. For the recommendation, which is the last of my slide and presentation, future studies should also consider the bigger scope of study. The researcher recommends increasing interactions among different regions and populations, increasing interaction among different regions and populations in the study. In addition, for future research, it would be better if there will be a psychologist or psychiatrist involved in the research team to support the result with medical findings to make it more valid. Furthermore, the improvement of the skill of the research instrument to make it more standardized is highly recommended. So for this, thank you so much for your listening. It would be better if there will be improvement of the skill of listening, and God bless you all. Again, this is your presenter for Brother.
Thank you very much, Brother Fernando Comilla, for the interesting study. We come now to the next presenter from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Pili Camarines Sur. The study is about shaping new learning directions, a curricular reform project in the agricultural science. May we call in Professor Arthur B. Estrella.
My report is about a curricular reform project on the agricultural sciences by the Central Bicol State University. And the Commission on Higher Education. We all know that two overarching roles the agriculture sector. First, employs about 30 to 36% of the Filipinos. Second, it provides food to over 100 million Filipinos. Say agriculture, almost equivalent or synonymous. However, the World Bank indicated that the agriculture fishery sector has underperformed for the last 30 years. And the farmer is still poor at 46.2% of our incidents, and food inadequacy at 54%. Also, the agricultural workforce, gap of the agricultural workforce, widening, is particularly defined with the farmer at an average age of 57 years old. So most of the farmers are now old. And ironically, there are no second liners. And these food producers are the ones who cannot afford to eat. Considering these sectors, there are the Senate and the DepEd Secretary has indicated that despite the importance of agriculture, there is a critical decline in the enrollment and the agriculture sector at the tertiary level. So enrollment in the agriculture courses in the tertiary level has been decreasing, and there's a very low turnout of enrollees in the agricultural strand. Senator Gatchalian indicated there is really a need to spice up agriculture courses, and the former Senator Bam, said that there is really a need to make the agricultural courses sexy, that it's inspiring. So, ladies and gentlemen, the challenge is clear. Let us produce a league of young agriculture professionals imbued with the capacity to create, innovate, absorb, assimilate, and adapt knowledge and technology from productive use. So this is the challenge. So now the key question is, what would be the innovations in curriculum in the agriculture sector so that we might be a teaching and learning experience of inspiring the youth? What would be the new curricular programs in our agriculture sector? And what would be programs that would be relevant to agriculture enterprises and livelihood systems? So the objective of the project is to develop new and innovative teaching and learning systems for the agriculture sciences and enterprise management that will fully engage the youth in agriculture and offer future prospects of a sustainable livelihood. We have developed a methodological framework in which there is an initial model. And the initial model is about landscape science, which is basically understanding the landscape in which agriculture is embedded. Trees, so that should be the initial model. So the methodological framework revolves on three aspects, and it is the benchmark good practices model to further refine the initial model, which is the landscape science model. Then there should be curricular review and development in terms of curriculum and pedagogy, and eventually revise curriculum in terms of learning and teaching and international partnerships, and eventually took shape for new learning approaches and teaching approaches in the agriculture science. So the initial model developed is that an agriculture university should be a knowledge hub for landscapes and biosphere. The landscape approach using the entire landscape from ridge to reef across ecosystem and as the basis of study of agriculture, taking a look at ecosystems connectivity and ecosystems abundance. Likewise, another component of the model is community engagement. You will see here across the colleges of the university, there are assigned roles and actions that would cater to the landscape. So this will be a framework for knowledge interconnectivity of people, agriculture, and environment based on the landscape science approach curricular program. The first component of the project is to define the product and market of the university as a producer of agricultural graduates. We have to take a look at the institutional context, the Philippine context, and the ASEAN context to understand the situation, the gaps, and ultimately the product and the market of the university which produces agricultural graduates. Critical in the definition of the product and the market is the crafting of a vision. Vision of the university should be the unifying thread all aspects of the university operations. So likewise, the vision should also be component as we define the product and market of the university. As a result of the component one, the stakeholders, the faculty, and the students were able to develop and define who is a CBSUA graduate. And there are developed, they have identified competencies and characteristics define a well-rounded CBSUA graduate imbued with 21st century competencies. Among the many competencies is social and interpersonal skill, critical thinking skills, high degree of motivation, and many others. Eventually, our graduates should be policymakers, innovators, pharma scientists, agripreneur, agri-structural designer, a mentor, a community worker, and professional. With this, we're able to define the character of a CBSUA graduate as a product of an agriculture. The second component is defining curriculum of the defined product or character of a graduate. So important in the process is to find the exit competence. What are the competencies of the graduates? We're able to define the competencies of the graduate as we define the character of the graduate. Third, there should be a review of the syllabi. Next is identify appropriate pedagogy and andragogy given the syllabi and content. Then define teacher competencies. Then identify learning resources. Ultimately, these processes would end up on a faculty development plan, policy and administrative support system, and a learning resource support component. So this is the DECOM process, which is part of the component 2 of the project. With component 1 and component 2, we were able to enhance the initial teaching and learning model. Initially, the model all about the landscape science approach. In the course of the examination and analysis consultation with many stakeholders, particularly situational analysis and the many benchmark studies, we were able to enhance the teaching learning model. And we have identified 4 major pillars which would blend disciplinarity, the e-agriculture, and lastly, blended learning. These are the 4 pillars of component to blend a landscape science approach. So we call this the curricular anchor models. First is the landscape systems on activity. Cross-disciplinary means looking things at across discipline. In contrast to unidisciplinary approaches. Third is community engagement, or community in which the community becomes the learning laboratory. And lastly is the climate smart agriculture and e-agriculture livelihood. So these 4 curricular anchor models implement the landscape science approach developed by the university. We've also identified several pedagogical approaches that would complement blended learning. This would be inquiry-guided learning, evidence-based teaching, contemplative teaching and learning, integrative teaching, online teaching, active learning spaces, outcomes-based teaching. You will note that this pedagogical approach really very important this time, considering the need for for blended learning meets pandemic. So these are new challenges and emergent needs, pedagogical approaches that blend in the time, difficult times of the moment. Likewise, given all these things, CBSUA was able to develop a vision map that defined curricular and RDE direction. The university vision was divided into three thematic areas: includes resilient our food systems, social transformation, rural sustainability, and ecosystems. So these are three major thematic areas that further articulate the university vision on agricultural research. These four thematic visions we further operationalize using teaching learning approaches to the science, the landscape science-based approach, cross-disciplinarity approach, community engagement approach, and the smart agriculture. Key elements as we articulate the vision into specific focal programs. So there are four focal programs identified, particularly for the agricultural sciences, engineering, agribusiness, and food sciences. First is agro, bioresources, sustainable food systems, biosystems engineering, climate change adaptation, ecosystem resilience, entrepreneurship, and sustainable livelihood. So given this curricular map, this should be operationally translated in terms of competencies of the graduates, teaching and learning approaches and pedagogy, including policies, and what would be the teacher competence considering this curriculum map, and the attendant teaching and learning resources, all of which are attuned to approach and the vision. We would note that as the university has developed a five-year development plan, these four pillars is now embedded into five-year development plan model. Landscape science approach, ecosystem approach, transdisciplinarity, community engagement, smart agriculture are now included elements towards academic and R&D. Salamat po.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Estrella. The last but not the least, we have from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Nagasip. The study is about the bread and pastry production laboratory resources of selected HCIs in Camarines Sur. May we call in Ms. Cheryl M. Formalejo.
Hello everyone. May I present to you my research study on bread and pastry production laboratory resources of selected higher education institutions in Camarines Sur. This research study covers introduction, objectives, materials and methods, results and discussions, conclusion, and recommendations. Bread and pastry production is the fourth most in-demand technical vocational course preferred by students, based on the 2017 survey done by TESMEDA. This course is also popular among those who plans to take short courses or those who wants to work. Course is also popular among those who plans to take short courses that aims to develop the skills of students in the production of baked products and other pastry products and help them acquire competencies which will increase employability chances in the future. Of course, a certificate of competency will only be issued to those who have satisfactorily demonstrated competence in bread and pastry production. Thus, it is highly suggested that resources such as laboratory tools, laboratory equipment, and materials be provided to students and trainees. It is also along this line that institutions must go online. This study was therefore conducted to evaluate the resources in the different training institutions and the environments of learning found to be most preferred by our BPP students. This study also aims to provide some future research direction to improve educational environment and performance by continuously upgrading its resources to meet the demands of its school courses. For the materials and methods, this study employed a correlational research design to analyze the relationship between the availability of the laboratory resources in four selected higher education institutions, or HEIs, in Camarines Sur, to the NC2 result for BPP production. 40 randomly selected students, 2 males and 38 are females, were randomly selected as respondents of the study. Survey questionnaire was also used, and a simple statistical test and the Pearson correlation test was used to analyze the relationship between the laboratory resources, which result in the assessment of BPP production. For the results of discussions on the status of availability of laboratory resources, it may be seen from this slide that 82.5% of the respondents mentioned that the laboratory tools and equipment are complied and are well functional. 47.5% of the trainees mentioned that the training materials are compliant satisfactorily. Number 2, for the evaluation of the laboratory environment most preferred by BPP students, it may be seen on these responses that online learning got a 7.5% response, traditional classroom obtained an 80% response, while blended mode of learning obtained a 12%. Based on these responses, it appears that traditional education, where students can personally and freely interact with their teachers and trainers, provides BPP students with competencies and skills that extend beyond the fundamental content that is embedded in the courses and programs of BPP study. It may also be seen from this slide the summary of responses why traditional learning was the most preferred laboratory environment by BPP students. 4.02 of them, of the weighted mean, mentioned that they can understand the subject matter more quickly and properly. In the traditional learning, the trainer also mentioned that the completion of tasks is made much easier. They are also motivated to explore new activities. They are also allowed collaboration with others more easily. The respondents also mentioned that they are more actively involved in any group work and that it enhances their creativity in what they do. Also, on the third result, on the National Certificate 2 result of BPP production among the 4 HEIs, it can be seen that 100% were obtained by HEI 1, HEI 2, and HEI 4, while 98% passing rating was obtained by HEI 3. And these remarkable results just indicated that the 4 training centers showed full competence and provided adequate training to their students. Using the Pearson correlation, the value obtained in this table showed that there is a low correlation between the actual status of the laboratory resources of the different centers to its result in the bread and pastry production failing and assessment. It may also be inferred from this data that the variables used, such as the laboratory tools, equipment, and training materials, may not exactly be the sole indicators of success of the trainings in passing the BPP National Certificate II assessment. It can therefore be said that school facilities enhances students' academic performance. The presence of these facilities can greatly improve the performance in eventual assessments of any BPP students. Also, it can be concluded that when the right quantity and quality of human resources is brought together, it can be used to influence the use of other resources towards realizing institutional goals and objectives. And finally, it can be concluded that the training centers in Camarines Sur are mostly equipped with resources that able its trainees to pass and obtain the national certificate requiring specific skills. Along this line, it is recommended that HEIs and other training centers must support and strengthen the TESDA's initiative of encouraging tech-voc trainees to go online during this new normal to help them become useful and self-sufficient individuals in the future. It is also along this line that we can say that laboratory resources must be carefully and strictly observed by all users of the laboratory. Also, to ensure that all users of the laboratory are able to understand and recognize the different tools, we have to translate the tools and equipment to be good terms to be understood by all trainees. And finally, we have to encourage again tech-book trainees to go online during this new normal and not just to satisfy themselves with the traditional mode of learning. Finally, with all of this said, allow me to end my presentation with this quote: food is essential to life. Therefore, we have to make it good. We also have to this
room. We have two questions here. One Monet Ramirez. Because of the relevance of IEC materials research, may we ask what method can you recommend in the conduct of instructional materials development researches? Ma'am Monet.
Good morning, Ma'am Rose, and good morning, everyone. I am trying to start my video so you can see me while answering the question, but parang hindi ito nai-start. Anyway,
But anyway, we can hear you.
based on my experience in my instructional materials development researches in the past, when we do instructional materials or when we develop instructional materials, because it should always be consist of a research component, we can do it by having two major processes or two major methodologies. The first is the development of the material itself, and the other one is the validation part. In the development of the IEC material, we should start from the development of a framework where we are going to decide on what will be the entries, the necessary entries or parts in our instructional material. We are going to do that by looking into some examples of the experts in our fields and then use it as a reference material in coming up with our own unique entries in the material that we are going to develop. And then we now write the instructional material, which is basically consists of recalling what we have been doing in our classroom. Because instructional materials development is at most 50% just putting into a document what we have been doing in our classes for the purpose of making others benefit from the pedagogies that we are practicing. And then it was ended by writing the final draft. Now that final draft will be subjected to validation. And the validation part should be consist of at least two major focus. First is the validation by experts so that they can help us validate on the content, look at the technical aspects, and also the pedagogical component or the pedagogies that are involved in the entries in the instructional material that we are developing to make it align with the theories and principles of learning. And then other than that, we should also, if the time is possible, if the time permits, we should also try it to the class to be able to determine its effectiveness in enhancing the achievement level of the students, because that is one of the major objectives why we are doing the instructional materials research. So maybe that's all that
Okay,
is based on the experience that I have. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much, Madam Monet. So I hope everybody can uh, have that answer. Can instructions for. So another question is for Brother Fernando Comilla. Sir, Brother Comilla, are you still here? Okay. So this is the question. Uh, what do, what do you think are the academic performance of the students who are computer game addicted? Ano kayang performance nila?
Actually, based on my study, ma'am, the academic performance was also affected in terms of their economic and their social social aspect, because they are not very participative in the school, and they are not really doing well. Sometimes they even cut classes as per the FGD.
Oh.
So practically the academic performance is affected, but the real essence of the academic performance per se was not included in
And
my
your
study.
objective.
But yes po, kaya lang in the FGD, it was affected due to cutting classes, due to social well-being
Physical,
and physical
aspect.
aspect of their performances.
Okay, okay. So thank you very much,
Thank you po,
brother.
question po.
So after this, we'll have a photo ops of all the participants. So please switch on your camera. For we'll return to the main session for the synthesis. Okay, so may I have your smile?
I'm sorry, I cannot show myself. I cannot
Why?
my video cam. I just don't know why this is like this. But anyway, hello everyone.
Hello
Hello
everyone.
po.
Hello.
Baby.
Hi po. Have your beautiful smile. Okay na ba? Oh, andiyan ka na baga, madam.
Kasi dito sa ibang laptop nakatabi ko.
Okay. Okay. May I have your smile, Miss Bicaldo? Ano to? Okay, so thank you very much. We'll now go back to the.
Thank you
We'll
very
return to.
much.
We'll return to the main session.
Breakout room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you po. God bless po sa lahat.
Thank
God
you sa lahat for
bless.
participating.
Kayo.
Hello, Ma'am Sheila. Miss you. And thank you sa lahat po.
Paano kung mag-return?
Next year, meron tayo ulit. And we will be introducing other features in the conference. May advanced invitation to all. Ano tayo babalik sa room?
Mamonet?
Hello.
Hello. Request po
Ay,
kami
ma'am Guyena.
attendance, yung
Opo.
attendance bit.ly link. Ito na pala. Okay.
Meron
Thank you.
Opo. Sige po, please
Ma'am
do not
Grace,
forget
nandyan na po.
to key in the attendance. Nasa
Thank you.
nasa chat box po yung link. Salamaton, sa Gabos. You will be the
Hello po, saan po tayo babalik? Hello? Wala naman dito. Agriculture. Wala naman.
Ma'am, saan niyo po nakikita yan? Hindi ko rin po alam.
Dito po sa tinignan ko dito sa breakout rooms. Sa baba po.
Sa baba po. Wala po sa akin dito.
May nakalagay po kasi rito na ito, share, record, tapos breakout, reaction.
Walang...
Sabi niya ba pwede bumalik?
Tita Joyce, Tita Joyce.
Yes.
Baka yung may control ang sa atin, direct sa atin doon sa main.
Okay.
Naiwan na po tayo dito. Ilan na lang.
Tayo na lang natitira eh. Tayo na lang.
Mga old school po, hindi na makaalam.
Iniwan na tayo ni ma'am.
Iniwan na tayo eh. Tayo na lang. Konti na lang. Andaya, nasaan na sila? Hala, agriculture lang naman.
In-invite ko lang po yung host.
Live room. Baka ito lang, live room. Sige, magli-live ako. Susubukan ko.
Pag nag-live po kayo, mawawala po kayo. Babalik kayo. Kailangan nyo po mag-ano.
Paano yun?
Ano lang po, breakout room. Click niyo po yung leave, tapos leave breakout room.
Wala po sa
i-click mo yung leave. Di ba yung may red dyan, leave. After that, click mo yung leave breakout room.
Dali. Ala namang red dito.
Ayun.
yung leave, tapos leave
relative to the technologies and science-based research outputs. At this point, may we call Professor Arthur B. Estrella, Associate Professor 5 of Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, to give us the synthesis of the two-day International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture. Good morning.
Paano pagpadalagan ko yan? Magandang umaga ho sa inyo lahat. I'm sure that you are very eager now to take your lunch, but just a few minutes, I will be presenting to you the synthesis of just completed International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture 2020. Okay. At the start of the conference, there were three major perspectives. First is that agriculture nourishes, and it simply means food for us. Second, environment nurtures. And lastly is that education fosters a sustainable life. We have to take note that agriculture and education is embedded in the environment. Therefore, among the others, it seems that environment is the most important thing. Okay. There are key issues that have risen in the course of the workshop. First is that food security systems is important amidst climate change and environmental degradation and health emergency. So among other things, it is really food that matters. Youth and women is essential in addressing poverty and hunger. So therefore, we really have to explore seriously the roles of youth and women in agriculture and food systems. Third, educational platforms, systems, and curriculum for climate change and in environmental and health emergency is now forthcoming and very essential. Next, the theory of change and working with communities should be built upon. So we really have to work with new challenges in working with the fisher folks and the farmers, considering the many threats to this sector. And next is the changing agri-food systems in a period of global emergencies. Agri-food system is definitely changing. Choices are changing. Environment is changing. And the last of the key issues is convergence and synergy to address community problems. Now, given these issues, what are our propositions? Propositions on educations. These are gathered from the many speakers, presenters. First is that schools and universities are the best venue to pursue innovations, to address critical threats and disruptions in community life. I think everybody agree that it is really the schools and universities. Number two, schools and universities should have a meaningful presence in communities, particularly in areas where health, food security, and environmental integrity is compromised. Again, this is the role of the schools and university as molders of the youth, as molders of the discourse, as molders of innovation. Number three, course content and pedagogy should be context specific to be relevant. Blended learning, as we are using now, should likewise be context specific. There should be no room for generalization. To be meaningful, we have to address what is in the area, what is in the community. And lastly, as a proposition for education, resiliency and sustainability should be pursued with urgency as an educational focus. These are not buzzwords or fads. Resiliency and sustainability comes on these times of emergency. Now, what are the propositions for agriculture? Again, school-based systems to support food security and technology dissemination. Again, schools and education should be at the forefront on promoting food security. Number two, rural youth and women to address poverty and hunger. There should be innovative modalities for youth and women in agriculture. How would the youth and the women meaningfully participate in food production? Number three, climate smart and environment friendly food systems, organic and sustainable agricultural systems, biomass utilization for soil amendments and energy, alternative pest management systems, and other alternative systems like the stingless bee. And number four, agritourism systems. This is the farm to market and to the table systems. And number five, new products and byproducts from alternative crops and livestock. So these are the propositions for agriculture. Next, propositions for the environment. Climate change adaptation systems. Very important nowadays. Vulnerability and impact information on production and livelihood systems. As we do vulnerability analysis and adaptive capacity analysis in the field, these informations are essential so that it would feed into the decision-making process and to the planning system processes. Number two, tourism and environment interface. Tourism has to be dependent on the environment, not on the other hand. That environment will be dependent on tourism. So what should be the resource carrying capacity of tourism sites? That should be understood clearly. Number three, climate change and riverine systems. The impacts and sustainable practices on river and inland water systems. It seems that the last frontier of our fishery resources, as climate change increases its impact, inland water systems becomes very important. And number four, waste management. We should be serious about waste management. The more waste, the more problems. Number five, institutional mechanisms for inland water bodies. What are the roles of local institutions? We had a lot of river systems. Let's take a look at the role of local governments, local NGOs and POs in inland water bodies. And lastly, disaster preparedness. Remember that disasters are given, but disasters can be reduced. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are the propositions given the perspectives. We would like to thank everybody for their active participation. And in behalf of our president, the CBSUA president, Dr. Albert Naperi, we would like to thank the participants, the presenters, and of course, the technical staff and the secretariat, headed by our Vice President for Research and Innovation, Dr. Mostoles, our Research Director, Dr. Ramona Ramirez. So thank you for participating. See you at the International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture on 2021. We are tentatively scheduling this on September 2021. So see you there, ladies and gentlemen. Salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you so much, Professor Estrella, for giving us the key points, issues, and insights that transpired in the two-day international virtual workshop. By the way, full paper submitted by the participants will be reviewed for publication in Agricultura, CBSUA Research and Innovation, journal. So we would like to encourage other participants to submit for paper review and possible publication. CBSUA Research Division will accept full paper until November 27, 2020. So before we end this two-day international conference on education, environment, and agriculture, let me extend again our gratitude to our partner institutions. We would like to thank University of Tsukuba, Japan, Ghent University, Belgium, National Chongqing University, Taiwan, Texas A&M University, Department of Agriculture, Agricultural Training Institute Region 5, Philippines, Department of Environment and Natural Resources Ecosystem Research and Development Bureau, Laguna, Philippines, TRIA Southeast Asia, Synergy Philippines, Asia Pacific Association of Educators in Agriculture and Environment, and other universities and who participated and helped make this international virtual work conference successful. Also to all the paper presenters. So before we end, let we have again a conference photograph. So may we ask all the participants, paper presenters to please turn on your video or camera as we have 6 or 7 batches of um, screenshots for the conference photograph. So I would like to request all the participants to please wear your best for 15 to 20 seconds. Okay, first batch. Second. Third. Okay po, share your best smiles for 15 to 20 seconds so that we can capture your smiles in the conference photograph.
Okay na po. Done na po.
Okay, thank you. Our international conference on education, environment, and agriculture, ICEEA 2020. But I hope this event offered an exceptional opportunity for renewing old acquaintances, making new contacts, networking, and facilitating partnerships across national and disciplinary borders as we gear up for a resilient future. To all, good day, God bless, keep safe, and see you at the ICEEA 2021. Thank you so much.